There's a surplus of background noise today. Alright, cool. Is music okay? Is voice okay? Lovely, lovely background noise. I mean, like, cars are fine. I feel like having cars come and go is actually quite nice, quite peaceful. But sometimes my music, like, takes just a dramatic dip in volume that I can't control. And then it's like, oh, you guys haven't heard music in, like, 40 minutes? That's cool. So, draw for a little bit, and then we're gonna get started. Hey, Sunburns, I've missed you too. Welcome, welcome. We're gonna see how fast I can get through these again. It's just, oh, that didn't fade at all. What the heck? Okay, there we go. Peach is here. I will give your kind greetings. Gary is not here, but I will also let him know you said hi. I'm gonna draw for a bit because I just got a couple of hours of not drawing earlier today, so I must warm up a little bit. 29 months. We're almost at 30 months. It's crazy. How's my week been? It's been pretty stressful this week. Yeah, a lot of meeting, work stuff, deadlines, bad sleeping schedule. So definitely gonna just chill for today. Damn, wow, it's been 3 years. Yeah, I guess after like 2020 being such a non-year, and then 2021 kind of like half being a return to form, it doesn't feel like it's been 3 years, but it has been. That's kind of crazy. But that's pretty cool though. 3 years on affiliate, it's pretty neat. Peach! She's been giving me attitude all day, so you might hear her. Yes? Yeah, I think it might just be one of those weeks where things were not the best. I guess they could have been worse for sure, but not a ton of wins this week. It's okay. It's the weekend. Just try to hope that next week will be somewhat of an improvement. Gotta take care of yourself. When you're an adult, get yourself all the birthday presents that you want. I can get my line art to be like yours. There's a degree of, I think, confidence in terms of what I'm trying to describe. Not necessarily that I know exactly what I should be drawing, but more so that I am confident in this decision that I've made momentarily, in that kind of second of, I'm gonna put down this line, right? The line is confident. What I'm trying to draw, I'm still trying to figure out, but when I'm putting down any kind of line work, I'm trying to be as decisive as possible so that the line itself is not what's in question, right? And that's an element of line quality that you sort of, I think, grow to possess as you, in general, have more time spent with doing work purely through lines. So it's like a mixture of time, it's a mixture of confidence in the thing that you're drawing, confidence in the lines that you're making, being decisive and being as, like, I guess just sort of like firm and definitive in the choices that you're making. That means, you know, not using a ton of lines to describe what could have been described in less. I think some people describe it as line economy, right? You spread out and try to make each line that you put down to have much more, like, do more work and have a much bigger, like, part to play in this drawing versus like 50 million lines describing one thing, right? So like chicken scratching and habits like that greatly increase the amount of lines you're putting down. It doesn't increase the amount of things that the lines are saying or the lines are helping to convey. So it's hard to describe just because I think it requires you to ask yourself, you know, am I making, are my lines, is my line work, my line quality the product of the fact that I'm not familiar with what I'm drawing? I still need time to really learn how to draw characters or clothes, or is it a habit that I have that is preventing me from really making any strides in drawing, you know, with more definitive line work? Or is it fear? Or is it just I haven't tried it yet, and if I just gave it a shot, maybe I'll actually start drawing in this kind of new way of thinking about what does it mean to put down, you know, lines or to make lines on paper. So I'd say ask yourself, like, are you struggling to draw the things that you're trying to draw? Because if that's the case, it is difficult to be able to execute those things with the kind of practice line quality of something that you are more familiar with. is it you haven't actually tried to, pull your lines out more, use less to describe more, try to imbue more subtlety into all the angles and the lines that you make. You know, all those things will factor into the quality of your line work. And until you know for sure, like, how much control you have over the look of your lines, I think until you get to that point, you'll probably keep struggling with, in general, how, sorry, my brain's like working at 5 miles an hour. You'll be struggling to figure out how to kind of increase that, like, stylization, increase that level of, like, comfortability with drawing more complicated stuff. That's going to be a gap that you might struggle to cross. If you aren't completely certain, you know, what are the symptoms of a kind of not confident, or a lack of confidence, a lack of knowledge, just core fundamental knowledge, or just a lack of attempts, you know, I'd say give it a shot, right? Like, your lines are going to shift and change as you develop. I really should do something. Okay, I know I said I never do, like, face cams and whatnot, but there's so many times during the stream where I'm just, like, talking at the chat that I'm like, nothing's happening on my screen because I'm not drawing. I'm, like, gesticulating with my hands. Yeah, a lot of personal reflection will have to go into it, because your lines will change as you grow, as your tastes grow, and as your tastes develop, and that aspect of your style is going to grow the more time you spend, right? It's one of those things where you can't really make up for a lack of time spent drawing. But it's also something I think that you can really think about early on as, you know, I want to get to a point where my lines can feel effortless, or feel, you know, like they have a certain quality or a certain swoop or a certain rhythm or motion and momentum, and really pushing for that look requires a sense of a self-awareness about why do your lines look the way they do, and what are they suffering from, right? Understanding those core components will help you figure out how to move past it, I guess. Have I done any art for myself recently? Have I done any art for myself? I've been sketching occasionally, but I don't think I've actually done any art for myself in a while. Honestly, I think the last thing I did for myself, other than, like, sketches and stuff, was I painted back in March. And it wasn't even for myself technically, but I painted this illustration for Gary's birthday. But that was the last thing that I did, I think. This was back in March. Okay, hold on. I don't think I... Let me fade to that for a little quick, because I don't think I cleared out my recent file list on Photoshop, and that has some NDA things. Okay. Cool. Hey, stop motion. Hey, Montezuma. What I've been enjoying outside of doing art recently, I've been playing a lot of Final Fantasy XIV. That's what I've been doing. That has been my recent thing. Have I tried PvP? I have not. I have not. Honestly, I'm kind of scared to do it. I don't know what I'm doing. I've never done PvP, really. I think I tried Frontline, like, once, and I did not know what was going on. Since then, I was just kind of like, I don't even play Overwatch. I don't know if I don't know if I have the reasoning skills to know, like, what to do and how to utilize my class. Plus, I don't know. It's just scary. I think I would probably want to do it with someone or like someone coaching me as like they're watching me play. So, maybe someday you can help me out with that. Taking your one-on-one class, thank you. Can you expand more on the idea of artist authenticity? What do you mean by that? Can you show me an example if you have one? Let me think. Authenticity. So, when I describe authenticity, it's an abstract concept, right? It's very abstract, which is why when people ask me what I'm currently trying to figure out in my art, I don't know how to describe it because it's so much of like a gut feeling. But I think when you look at someone's art, someone that you really kind of admire, there's a degree of gut reaction to it that you can kind of sense where you're like, not only does this person have like a really interesting style, or maybe they have a really good technique, or, you know, they have all their fundamentals down, right? Oh, there's something genuine about their mastery over what they're drawing. It's more than just like, I know the rules, I know everything by the book, I know all the fundamental, basic ABCs of something. It's like, you know, there's a difference between someone who knows the information and someone who knows how to use that information in a way that is inspiring, in a way that is, you know, genuinely, not life-changing. I don't think it has to be that dramatic. It's just like, you see it and you feel like your world is expanded a little bit. You know, there are a couple people like that in the world out there, and there's quite a few people like that. There are many fantastic artists, and it's like grasping that little bit of magic, you know. I think it's the kind of really difficult to understand but very kind of base attraction to some of the creative choices that people can make. And I think it comes from and stems from absolute mastery over the art form. And it can manifest itself in different ways, right? Like, I think some people will say that artists like the classic, like Picasso and Matisse, like, they had absolute control over their very specific perspective to art, just as some people say that, you know, classic artists like Michelangelo and, you know, like any of those old masters, right? Really super old masters. There was something that they unlocked in art that showed absolute mastery. But I think that you can find that in a lot of different ways, in a lot of different new arts. I don't think it's just like, oh, you know your fundamentals so well. It's, I think stylized art has its own form of it, and often, for me at least, it's a very kind of just like, oh, I see. Oh, I get it. I'd say someone who really creates that feeling for me is Claire Wendling. There's something about how she draws which feels more than just I know the basics, right? It's more than just I know how to draw things. But there's almost something incredibly I think she inspires that in a lot of people, right? There's something very genuine about how she draws characters and how she like manipulates reality to fit kind of this almost dreamlike interpretation of it. And I think it's, I don't know, there's something about it that's fun. That's more exciting than just I know my fundamentals, right? So I don't know. It's hard to explain. It's not tangible. It's not something that I think you could describe and it would be the same for everyone. But nonetheless, I think once you kind of get a sense for what that means for you, what authenticity means for you, you really see it in the people that you look up to. It's the kind of people that you like you know how you can outgrow artists? I think the people that really demonstrate this aspect in their art, that have a real genuine grasp on their art form and a real genuine grasp on like how they want to approach it, their art you never grow out of. It's not momentary. It's not something that you just kind of like can start seeing all the gaps in their knowledge and you're like, oh yeah. It's like, it's more than that. It fills in all the gaps so that even if you do kind of fundamentally outgrow their work, like you can kind of see like, oh, you know, proportionally their stuff is not the best, or like maybe they get their anatomy wrong, or lighting is sometimes kind of off or whatever. They never lose that charm. And I usually kind of use that as a marker for like what does it mean to have an authentic or just like an authenticity to your work. It's pushing through technical mastery. It's pushing through the base, like I can draw, and getting to a point where it's like what I draw means something more and has more value because it feels like a genuine expression of their own ideas and their fundamental like perspective, their creative vision, their tastes, and all of that culminated into what is essentially a real and kind of purposeful execution of them as like an artist. And I think it's difficult to describe, but it's definitely been something I've been grappling with lately, and something I've been trying to like put to words in not like any kind of tangible way, but just like can I see it in people's work? Can I see it in my own work? Is it possible for me to aim for it, you know? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't really consider myself a, like, if you ask me questions about working in games, I can only give you my kind of 1-2 year experience working in games, which might not, maybe is more valuable or might not be as valuable as like an artist who's had 5, 10, 7 years working in the industry. So I don't know, like, you can ask questions that you have been wondering, right? Or things that you feel like you've always wondered about but never had an answer for. I entertain all questions that come my way, but there are definitely some that I have a much better answer, or much more clear, easy answer to than other ones. Deltas, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. Welcome, Ophelia. Ophiel loves ramen. Welcome. Have you considered switching to Clip Studio Paint since it's more for illustrators and now has all the same functions as Photoshop? I still, to this day, do not like drawing in Clip Studio. I think I've just gotten really used to how my brushes feel in Photoshop, and I think I'm okay. But I do use Clip Studio when I have to base color for things. It's, you know, leagues ahead of Photoshop in that way. Definitely great for people that make comics and graphic novels, and I think really good for animators as well. As far as illustration goes, I still prefer all the things that I have in Photoshop. I don't like painting Clip. I don't think it's very intuitive for me. So for now, I have no intention of switching programs for good. But I do use Clip Studio once in a while. Thank you, Deltost. When you draw, do you see the drawing already broken down in your head, or just draw over them in real life, or is it something else? I think in my head I have momentary flashes of what the drawing could be, and then in that moment I'll choose which one I think is the better option. I've never been able to really just translate what I think or what I see in my mind to what I put down on paper. And at a certain point, I think I stopped trying to. More so that, you know, I run through all of the potential looks and all the potential directions I could take something, and I choose one that I think works, but there is still the element of I'm making this up as I'm drawing it. I'm not deciding where my lines go. I'm kind of in that moment deciding, you know, maybe this is where I want to put this shape or this object or whatnot. Especially when I'm just drawing for fun, like I am for like right now. That is typically what I think about. Which is, you know, it's good for when you don't really have anything specific to draw. But as soon as it requires more planning, then this whole process kind of falls apart. The secret to drawing without guidelines. I mean, I don't know how many of you guys have been to my streams many a times, but I use the same analogy every time for it, which is, you know, drawing without guidelines essentially is like writing in your language. When you're a kid, you're learning how to write the letters, you're learning how to draw them out. You use guides, you use pictures, like you learn the shapes, right? And eventually you learn about words. You learn about putting those shapes together to form words, which eventually you give those words meaning. You give them structure, you give them spelling, grammar, leads you into writing sentences, right? You learn how to string together thoughts and ways to communicate. before you translate those sentences into, descriptions of things, tackling abstract ideas through using the letters to form words, to form sentences, to form a thought, right? To describe a concept. And essentially, by the time you hit that final layer, right, you don't need a guide to show you how to write words, write letters anymore. By the time you reach the point of creating meaning, that's not what you're thinking about, right? You can write the letters. It's the abstract thought that you're trying to tackle. So it's just a shift in the thing that I am currently trying to tackle. Drawing without guidelines is merely a result of having drawn characters in a lot of different ways, in a lot of different styles, in a lot of different positions, and having spent years doing this kind of stuff. It doesn't make any more sense for me to use guidelines where I don't need it. This isn't to say that I don't use guidelines at all. I'll use it whenever I don't know how to draw something from imagination, if I'm unsure, if I want to make sure that what I'm drawing is accurate or functional. Then I'll get references, I will do studies, all of those things are still true. But you just happen to be watching me do things that, or draw things that I am very comfortable with. And so, at a certain point, why would you need a guide if what you can draw can be done without one, right? It just adds more time, it adds more effort to something that doesn't need it. That's at least how I perceive it, right? And there's another layer to that, which is, I'm someone that kind of thinks as I'm drawing. I like to work through problems in my head, and it's sort of like a puzzle that you do in your brain on the side. And so drawing without guidelines means nothing's set in stone. The pose is not set in stone. The attitude, the shapes, none of it is something that's been pre-decided, which means I have to put in the effort to decide all those things as I'm drawing them. And that kind of unknown aspect to it is interesting. It's fun. I think it makes the process of drawing things that I'm very comfortable with drawing a lot more interesting. And, at a certain point, it is the thing that I enjoy doing. I am much more excited about the act of drawing than I am often about the thing that I'm drawing. So I am not someone who takes a lot of, or puts a lot of, of my interests and stuff into designing characters because I just like drawing characters. And so that's why whenever I have characters that I've made, my OCs or anything like that, they very rarely wear the same clothes because I'd much rather just design them new things every single time I draw them, change how they look every single time I draw them, as opposed to sticking to one idea, one concept, because that's not what I enjoy. I enjoy drawing them in different ways, wearing different costumes, testing out different shapes. And drawing without guidelines helps me do that because, one, it severely cuts down the amount of time it takes for me to draw an idea. Two, it allows me to turn the whole process of drawing into just one big, consistent puzzle where I am putting pieces together, coming up with split moment decisions. It is a mini game that I'm constantly playing in my head. And I think I've just gotten used to doing it, to the point where now drawing with guidelines takes away a lot of the fun. So I kind of do it because it's fun, kind of do it because it doesn't make sense for me to not to do it, but then also because I'm very stubborn and I don't want to not do it this way. When drawing clothing, do you make the clothes cross the line from realistic? How do you make the clothes cross the line from realistic to something that helps aid a character's design, or does overall help the illustration, or in general, how do you learn that skill? So I'd say that learning that skill, I think, has a lot to do with learning the basics of design. Let's get started on stuff. And design is something that is in every facet of drawing. Any creative thing, even if you're more of an illustrator than a character designer or whatnot, has an element of designing something. And stylizing anything, is the active kind of like choice to take advantage of this interpretation that you're doing, an interpretation of reality, and taking advantage of the fact that you get to make up what that looks like and pushing it outside of what is feasible or functional or even possible. I'd say it's less so a very specific skill that you have to learn, and more so, I think, what does the face look like? And more so a very specific, or not a specific, it's a culmination of, it's an intersecting result of multiple things, which is learning about how to create interesting, unique, or at the very least nuanced silhouettes, right? You're learning how to create shapes and like in general forms and angles and kind of like ensemble designs which have like an element of purposeful design, right? It has an element of like, this is telling more than just like this is an object, but it's telling you a story about that object. Even simple designs have a lot to say about a character, and I'm speaking primarily from a character perspective because I don't do anything else. And learning how to stylize cloth, very much the same thing, right? Why are you stylizing the cloth? Often to create like an interesting silhouette for a character. Often to emphasize a specific look, goal, feeling, atmosphere, vibe, and that, all of those things stem from very similar decisions you have to make when you're designing other stuff. What are, you know, the ways that you can push this shape, the ways that you can push this design, to create like a more appropriate atmosphere. Instead of just drawing a jacket, how do you make this jacket fit this character? What about this character makes them special? What about this jacket or these pants or these colors that you've chosen? How do they reinforce the core aspect of this character's design? It always has to come back to, you know, this thing is taking up real estate on this character. If you think about it like, is there an example of this? Like, you have to make the most of what is essentially your limited space on this character. If you think about it like real estate, if you only have like a little grid, let's say The Sims, right? In The Sims, you have this grid. I've never played The Sims. I don't know why I picked this. In The Sims, you have like a grid box, and you can make anything within that grid box. But you have a limited amount of space, so you have to make the most of it. What do? Do you make your house like the biggest thing on there? One thing is the central element, or do you use it and give it to a bunch of different things, right? There's, you know, maybe like on a character you have like books and embroidery or buttons and props and stuff, or do you give it to one big element, like their weapon is their biggest thing, or their main design is like, oh, their racial features, like the pointed ears or the spotted skin or a very specific texture that they have, right? Cloth in a very similar way, when you're designing it, can either help create or break a character's silhouette. It can add substance to a character's story, right? It can add a background to them. It can give them a like kind of subtle hint at things that you don't necessarily can't describe or don't describe in a design. Like, you can make someone look wealthy or destitute or humble or vain. You can make them feel like depressed or anxious or lonely. You can make them feel visually boring. You can make them feel exotic in that specific setting just by changing how you style pieces of clothing, right? If you take the same basic outfit, like a trench coat with a t-shirt, jeans, and like boots, right? If you take that, you can like really pop the collar on that trench coat, give it that kind of like embroidered flair, maybe make the pants kind of like dusted and muddy and ratty, and it has like a big poof right as it hits the coat, and or not right as it hits the boots, and like the boots themselves even have like some sort of flares out. You create a much more dynamic silhouette, a much more dynamic feeling to this character than if you gave them super limp cloth, right? If you make all of the cloth on that character drip down, maybe they're ragged or stained, maybe they have like holes in them, that's a totally different feeling for a character, but fundamentally nothing has changed about them, right? It's all about how you stylize cloth. All of those elements are basically the same across the board for designing anything, and so I'd say, as opposed to just looking at how you can stylize cloth, this is more of a question of how do you stylize in general, and how do you use stylization as a way to create a visual story through the way that clothes look, the way that it is worn on a character, the way that it adds to a character. It's very important. It's something I think a lot of people put time into when they design characters. They don't think about the impact that cloth can have on like the look and feel of their character. So it's good that you're thinking about it, but I think your question ultimately is basically the question of like, how do you design a character? How do you stylize something to make it fit? It's the same thing with all things. How do you create an interesting dynamic silhouette that tells the story you're aiming to tell with a character, and feels like it adds and helps support the main concept for a character. Long-winded way of saying there's a lot of shit involved in that. But yeah. Hey Starly. Welcome. Oh wait, I didn't make a post. Hold on, give me a second. Where did my phone go? Happy to help. Always happy to share. It helps me, honestly. It helps me to come to terms with like my own thoughts, because sometimes I don't even know like what my explanation for something would be until I've had to explain it to someone else. So I always appreciate when people ask me. I'm gonna take this. It's bothering me. Okay. Cooking crab? Oh. I need to stop playing 14. I thought you literally meant like a trial. And I was like, what do you mean cooking crab? Is it a character? I need to stop. It's a normal word. It's a normal. I these words are normal words that can be applied to situations, and they have meanings outside of games, right? Yeah, that was a real lizard moment coming from me. Because I was like, is that a game thing? Because obviously the word trial can never be used in any other circumstance. Yeah. What are your thoughts about getting a college degree as an artist? I'm in my 3rd year, but I've been struggling with trying to build a portfolio while juggling schoolwork. I'd say when you're okay. So there's like multiple ways to answer this question, mainly because there are multiple ways to be a college student and be an artist at the same time. Right? You're either going to an art school, like you're going to an art college, or you're going to a college completely unrelated to art, and you're trying to build for a career in the arts after college. So there's a lot of ways to answer this question. I only have experienced one path to this, which is I went to art school, 2 of them. And I'll say this right now, a lot of the work that you do in your student years, they're not going to be the things that get you a job, because you're usually making them under pretty stressful circumstances, right? You got a lot of assignments to do every week. You're turning them in just to get like the credit, but if you really look at them, how many of them are you really willing to say like, yeah, this is like a true indication of my skill, right? A lot of them won't end up looking that way, and the reality is that you're probably going to spend a lot of time after graduating reworking your portfolio from the ground up. And I didn't necessarily do that. A lot of the things you see on my site are actually things I did as a student. But the things that have gotten me jobs are often, like, they're basically 2 things that I did after I graduated school, which was the piece I did with, like, a post sheet for both Amira and Horangi. Both of those 2 characters single-handedly have gotten me pretty much all of my jobs post-graduation. And I did those 2 illustrations like the year after I graduated, and I have this whole website of all the stuff that I did also, but they haven't gotten me nearly as much engagement in terms of professional work as those 2 drawings single-handedly did. And not to mention, like, nowadays I have other things, like the Harley Quinn piece that I did just for fun one day out of nowhere has been something that has gotten me quite a few, like, offers for stuff. And I'd say, as you are right now, don't be too stressed about trying to get a ton of pieces for your portfolio. I'd say having 1 or 2 really strong pieces that you're really proud of, that you feel like really demonstrate your skill set, and it specifically targets things that you want to get hired for, those are the things that you should be focusing on, right? If you're struggling to get your college degree and you're juggling schoolwork in a way that is, like, detrimental to your health, but you're still trying to do all this portfolio stuff, try to focus on 1 or 2 pieces that you think are the most important or the most valuable to you, and use time outside of school
to then like really go in and try to develop some more. Because I really do think having a high quantity of pieces is not nearly as valuable as having a couple pieces that are just the best. The best, like, version of your art, the best, I guess, like, sell for your skills. It really doesn't take much to convince someone, like, hey, let's give this person a chance, or hey, let's, you know, invite this person over to an interview and see, like, how, like, who they are and what their process is. It really only takes 1 or 2 pieces to do that. And that's really what your portfolio is trying to do, right? It's trying to show and get people to give you a chance, get you through the door to get that interview, right? And it's a way for them to compare your technical skills against other people. But if you have 1 or 2 really good pieces that show all of those things, they don't need another like 15 to prove that again. So I would say don't stress too much about portfolios while you're in school. Even when you're making portfolio pieces for school, you're in all likelihood going to spend the year after you graduate just making them again. Because, you know, school's stressful, and you're not necessarily trying to put out your best work, you're just trying to get through class. And making work with that intent is not necessarily the same thing. Your work does not look the same once you're out of school. It'll definitely change and grow and mature in a different way, so I'd say don't stress too much about it. As an artist, I sometimes struggle with the feeling of art is not important or art is not necessary and I should be doing something more important. Do you ever struggle with that, or do you have any suggestions on how to cope with it? I don't struggle with that because I don't have another option. I have put my eggs in this basket for far too long, right? I'm fully invested in art as what I will be doing for the rest of my life. So to me, art is important. It is the most important thing in my life. And I don't have another option. So I don't feel that way because, at least in my life, in my perspective, I have to make this work. This is the only thing I know how to do. So unfortunately, I don't think I'd be able to empathize with that feeling as much. I think for me, more so, the fear of not being able to make the most of my work is the thing I'm most afraid of, because I cannot fail at this. Your approach to drawing is so strange to me. Why don't you go for the biggest shapes first? Like, how do you know those eyes will work for the lower half of the head? I'm gambling a little bit every time I'm drawing. I explained this a little bit before, but drawing is most fun for me, personally, when I am constantly in a state of gambling with how things will work out. It's not a very, like, economic way to draw. I think, you know, obviously planning out things and knowing how everything works together is a much more, it's a much more intelligent way to make your work. But I personally derive a lot of enjoyment out of constantly guessing, out of constantly trying to solve for this conundrum of, okay, I have these shapes, how do I make them work? You know, I try to, especially when I was doing more like traditional work, I would always try to draw with a pen, and I tried to, you know, without that ability to erase, I'd always try to see, okay, I made this mistake, not a line I didn't want to make, but how do I make this how to reincorporate this mistake back into the drawing so it feels purposeful. That, like, I guess ideology is sort of bled through a little bit. So for me, establishing big shapes, I do that when I do actually care about how the outcome is. For professional work, I will always do thumbnails and sketches and stuff because those have a much more strict outcome, right? It's not just what I feel like, it's what the client feels like. But for these, I can just kind of make them up as I go. And I am not precious about the things that I draw. I will gladly erase hours of work if I feel like it's not working out. But regardless, I enjoyed every second of making it because this is just kind of how I prefer to draw. Hey, Luna. Which specific two pieces of artwork you mentioned that got you jobs? It's the character sheet. Those two have gotten me quite a few people, or offers, I guess. The Harley Quinn one has started to get me some things, like emails, basically. But yeah, those two were pretty wild. I did them because I felt bad that neither of those two characters really had like a good, solid, updated piece of work. And it ended up being a pretty good choice. Do you experience any bad habits when drawing traditionally? You can't easily flip your canvas. Check for oddities you do. How do you combat it? No way to combat it. You just suffer. I'm definitely someone who has the symptom of like, it's really hard for digital artists who really grew up doing digital art to go back to traditional versus traditional artists learning digital art. I think one way is much easier than the other, and it's people that grew to understand and draw through like a digital kind of direction, that going back to where things are more limited is a lot more difficult. I grew up doing traditional stuff, but nothing more than just like pen and paper. So nowadays, going back to it, it's very much like I'm missing a lot of my, like, how I think and how I normally do things. So it's a challenge that I do enjoy quite a bit. Not one I get to experience very often because a lot of my work is digital, but you just suffer instead. And you learn to make do with it. You learn to live with it. I'd say, there's an element of, you can't flip the piece in traditional, then you just don't have to ever think about what it'll look like when it's flipped. That's kind of how I view it. I'll never have to see this piece flipped, therefore I will never have to wonder what kind of monstrosity I've created. Because ignorance truly is a form of bliss. I have not gotten a chance to watch Everywhere All at Once. Unfortunately, I don't do critiques currently just because it kind of derails the whole stream if I do, and I do want to plan for, like, how do I want to do critique events and stuff like that. So unfortunately I can't, but I do appreciate that you would ask me. It means quite a bit to hear that people respect my opinion on stuff. These eyes are two different shapes. Two different shapes, and I don't know how to make them the same shape. I honestly, lately I've realized, like, I don't really like how I draw faces. Which sucks because, like, faces are kind of the most important thing about a character. But I feel like I've never been able to just, like, draw a face and be happy with it. So I might need to spend some time and think about that for a little bit. Drawing attractive, nice faces. It's not so much I actually want to draw, like, attractive people. I very rarely find, like, the Instagram thing where they all draw just, like, pretty people on TikTok and, like, Instagram. It's like, okay. I don't really find that very interesting. But more so just, like, I need to practice drawing faces a little bit more. Currently, no, there is no way to buy my brushes. I haven't yet really had the time to come up with a new platform to sell them on. So, unfortunately, you will have to wait if you'd like to buy them. The commissions, I believe, are, Toja helps me post them to the Discord occasionally. I don't know if that's still happening, but they are on the Discord.
Yeah. Toja is much more responsible than I am. It is almost May. Hey, Macro. Ooh. Sounds nice. I have not had crab in a while. Sounds pretty good. I think his eyes too small. That's too big. This is longer. It's too close. They're too big now. Faces are so delicate. Like, if they don't look right, then, like, it's almost like, why draw it at all? I used to do this thing where, I would draw this whole, I would sketch out this whole thing. I would sketch out a whole drawing, and then I do the face first. If the face didn't look good, the whole drawing was scrapped. Because I was like, if I can't, what is it? I've been using this quote a lot, mainly for my Final Fantasy XIV character, but it's like, Howl and Howl's Moving Castle is like, what's the point of living if I can't be beautiful? Like, what's the point of this drawing? Making it through hours and hours of revision if the face itself doesn't look good. If that doesn't work out, it's over. It's over for me. And even like, while I'm painting something or while I'm working on something, it's like, I will spend hours on the face just so that I can spend an additional 2 hours doing everything else. That's so boring, though. Oh, man. Like, just baseline pretty is such a... It's like a boring... Such a boring look. You know, I like masked characters. I don't like my characters being masked, though.
Like, when I see a masked character, they're usually my favorite in, like, a show or, like, a thing or a movie. But my characters, personally, have never been masked. I always like seeing their face. I always like drawing their face. It's the part that I feel like expresses the most emotion. And that's usually actually what I end up drawing more often than not. Is I'll just draw like a bunch of different faces and expressions and stuff on like a page versus like actually drawing the full body. And putting a mask over it just kind of ruins the whole point. Thank you, Rob Pipe. If I made, that's not it.
Would you recommend Wacom's ergonomic stand? I've never used it, so I wouldn't know. What are these aliens called in Star Wars? Twi'leks? I don't know why that name came to mind. What are these? What is this alien race called in Star Wars? Right? This is like a Star Wars thing? Twi'leks? Okay. That just like came from the recesses of my mind. I'd never really engaged much with Star Wars, like anything outside of the movies. So I don't know where that name came from, but I always thought the design was pretty cool. Even though they're basically just humanoids with big snake things coming out. But I always thought they were a really neat design. Get up and stretch. I will do so in a second.
Something like that one character that everyone really likes. Ahsoka? Whatever her name is. The commissioner gave me a set of photo references that they wanted the costume to look like, what the character looks like. But the pose is what I'm creating from scratch. Ahsoka, yes. Yeah, she's the only one I know of. But it's pretty cool that there's more. She wasn't in the movies, right? She was more in the outside material. Like, was the Clone Wars? So, not a Twi'lek? There's more? Do they look the same? Am I completely thinking of a different person?
Oh, it is a different person. Or different thing, I guess. She has these little horns. I see the little like twin thing, and I'm like, same thing? It's not. It's not at all the same thing. That's cool. Yeah, the horn thing is cool too. It's a cool shape. It looks very, I mean, a lot of the Star Wars designs are very, they draw a lot from Southeast Asian, kind of Mongolian looks, so not very surprising. You know, I've never seen this character before. Hera? Never seen her before, but it's pretty fun.
behind the screen door. Thank you, Angela. I really appreciate it.
Kevin does care. Thank you for the Twitch Prime sub.
Me talking, yeah. Today is much more quiet. Which is kind of nice. I get to focus a little bit on the commissions and hopefully get through some more today. Oh. Yeah, you know what? That's true. That's fair. That's fair. I feel like I would do the same. I've like literally never called you by your name. I still call friends that I've known for like almost what is it, for like basically 10 years. I still call them by their online name. Even people I know in real life, if I met them online, I still call them by their online name. You only get one chance to teach me a name. And unless I make like a multi-month effort to relearn the new one and forget the old one, there's only one space for one name. So I will probably only ever call you by Tojo, unless you asked me to, in which case I would make the effort. But yeah, it's really hard for me to forget like the first name that I learn. In the Balance is such a good song. It makes me so mad. It is an incredible song. Also, a song that I didn't actually expect to like, mainly just because I didn't really pay attention to it when I was originally playing the game, but one that I've been playing on loop for a very long time is Painted Skies. It's the night theme for what is that place called? It's the place where it's got a bunch of the wild chocobos, and it's also got the it's also got the is it Annex Shrine? Or is it before that? It's before you get to like the Dravanian Foreland, yeah. The Dravanian Forelands evening theme is called Painted Skies. It's actually a really nice theme. It's like I use Dalamud plugins to play I can pick what song plays basically in my game. And Painted Skies is a really nice calming theme because I was doing some harvesting in that area, and I didn't expect to like it, but it's just one of those songs I never really paid attention to, and it's a very chill song. It's been my go-to for when I'm just like idling in a random place, or I'm doing my leveling my botanist and stuff. I do enjoy it quite a bit. What zone does that play in, or is it just like the evening song for any zone in Thanalan? Oh, really? No, the issues are without reference. Gonna lengthen this a little bit down. Prove it. I don't have anything to prove to you. How have you been, Kyle? At least I think that's your handle, right? Maybe you're not Kyle, and I'm just on crack. Okay. Well, that proves it. I was like, this is like a 97% certain it's Kyle. Like, the last 3%, I'm like, could be wrong. I haven't talked in a while. How are you? Ooh, that's fancy. Is it for the business that you told me about? Nice, nice. I hope it goes well. How long are you gonna be there for? So I think it's too high. A whole week. That's quite a bit. I haven't traveled very much, but like traveling anywhere for like a week is, I mean, I guess it depends on the place. If you go to like Japan for a week, that's not really a lot of time, but some places it's like a whole week. It's quite a while. Poached nights. This is like totally off topic, but in 14, the eating egg emote, I wonder if anyone's come up with a macro for you to be able to endlessly loop that emote, because there's a point in the animation where like if you click the emote again, it like seamlessly transitions back into a loop, and I'm like, could I loop this? This could be awesome. I just want to eat the egg the entire time. I want an endless macro loop for eating egg permanently for the rest of time. Now I'm thinking that this is too long, so I'm going to raise this up. Oh, it's the first time someone's asked me to draw Tylik, which is very fun. I've always really liked their designs. think that's better. Okay. That should be good for this one. I say as I go in to fix something else.
Thank you, Potato.
I mean, they're not that crazy, right? And, like, they are merely humanoid shapes with big twin tails. But I think the fact that that's just, like, what it is kind of fun. Like, you know, there's a lot you can do with that base race design. You know, designs don't have to be complicated for them to be interesting, but good designs always come with one major distinguishing factor, and for them to have these, like, twin tail, kind of like ear horn thingies, is kind of cool. Obviously, I think a character should do more than just have that, but for a race, that's not a bad place to start it for me, I think. This is gonna go into this one. Oh, so big. Unnecessarily big. So ColorlessPen had 2 on their quest, so this one. Let's save it out as a JPEG.
Hey, Lux. Welcome, welcome.
Okay, and then this one, 11 by 11. Do I have a version of this without? Okay.
Thank you for coming. Have a good evening. I will see you next time. And then this person wanted a chibi.
I'll go until 10, I think. I would like to get at least 1 or 2 more done. Hey, Chillbean. Whoa.
On a techwear fashion is people wearing a ton of compression clothing. Does it actually keep you cool? I didn't know that's what compression clothing was for, honestly. I just assumed people wore techwear. Like, you wear I feel like you'd wear elements of techwear stuff, you know, like you'd wear the pants or you'd wear the jacket, but then you'd wear like not as heavy duty clothing everywhere else in your body. So it's less that like those ensemble pieces are actually what people would wear, because you're right, they seem like a lot of layers.
interesting. The most I've ever had to wear in terms of compression clothing was like for my I think there was a point where I wore like something for my wrist, but not much other than that. Heartbreaks with art, or something else. If it's something else, I can't really help. If it's with art, it's easier. I think generally, though, a lot of those types of emotions, they are mostly things that heal with time, but also require, I think, a level of understanding how you want to approach dealing with it, you know? Yeah, I mean, like, even with art, I think ultimately it's going to feel pretty bad for a while, right? And most likely it's going to be difficult for you to not think about it for the time being, but I implore you to try. I implore you to try and find ways to find things to distract yourself with, you know? Not necessarily to, like, block out the fact that it happened, but more so to, like, give yourself time and space to, like, come back to a time and or come back to, like, a state of being that isn't revolving purely around the like the thing that gave you that broke your heart, right? Finding ways to kind of add more or have things that are happening in your life that don't revolve solely around that, and giving yourself time to sort of get out of the storm of emotions and get to the center, the eye of the storm, where you can actually think about it seriously. Like, really break it down and understand, you know, why does it affect you so much? What are the parts of it that you think hurt the most, that maybe are lessons that you should learn? things that you have to keep in mind for future events, like how to, save yourself from heartbreak. What are things that you think, maybe could have gone better, but ultimately, I think the important thing to understand is that, like, what's happened has happened. The cards have been played, or the cards have been dealt, right? And all that you can really do in this moment is to find ways to move forward in this new, it's this kind of, this version of reality, right? Like, there are always alternate universes, alternate, like, times in which things happen differently, but, that's not where you are, right? And you're just going to have to learn to allow yourself to move forward with or from this event. I think for me, as an example of how not to handle it, right? I didn't get into the college that I wanted to get into. And I only applied to one college, which was stupid of me, but that's what I learned, right? Is I can't be that confident. I can't put all of my eggs in a basket like that again. I put all my eggs in a basket and was like, I'm gonna go to Art Center, because I was like, Art Center is like the most prestigious place. It's like the best place to go. It's the place for someone like me. I'm gonna go there, I'm gonna kick ass, and I'm gonna be cool. And I didn't get in, right? Which not only showed me, like, hey, you're not as cool as you thought you were, get over yourself, but also, my confidence in myself as a person, in my art, in all of things, like, these things, that event in particular completely destroyed my, sense of self, because art for so long has been, like, my only identity. And that's what I mean when I put all my eggs in a basket. All my eggs are in a basket, in the art basket. I am an artist through and through. I will do art my whole life. I'm never going to move to a different thing. How I look at the world, how I see everything, how I understand it is through the lens of art. And I'm fine with that, right? Or more so that I don't have a choice, therefore I must work with it. I must, deal with the cards that I have in my hand. But at the time, I don't think anything worse could have happened to me. In hindsight now, having been now, like, 4 or 5 years divorced from that event, I know it was just a thing that happened, right? It's not like, oh, I'm glad that happened to me. I kind of am. I kind of am not. I think the year that I was rejected, because after that was my last year in high school, I took a gap year that I didn't mean to take, but I took it because I was too ashamed of the fact that I failed, and I couldn't deal with any of that. I'm a very weak-hearted person. I always have been. Mama did raise a bitch, as I've been saying recently. And I couldn't deal with what had happened. I couldn't accept that failure. And I didn't come up with a backup plan, right? Because I was stupid and a special snowflake at the time. So the following year after that was, I think, the worst year of my life. I hit my lowest point in terms of my depression and my anxiety. I haven't been in a space like that in a very long time since or before. So I distinctly remember what it felt like to be less than a person, to feel like, because I didn't trust art at the time. I didn't trust myself. I didn't trust my ability to make it. I didn't trust other people when they told me that, like, my art was something that was, that it was worth existing, it was worth the space it took up in people's day. I didn't trust other people, didn't trust myself, didn't trust my eyes. Like, I didn't feel like I could really understand, like, really, truly, objectively understand, what my art was like, the objective truth. It was something very difficult for me at the time. You know, a lot of other stuff happened. And maybe one day I'll talk about it, but a lot of other stuff happened that year. Oof, that year was so rough. Yeah, lowest point mentally, physically, emotionally. It was also the year that I isolated from a lot of people. Like, I didn't deal with it well, is my whole thing, right? I did not deal with it well, because all I did was live in the shadow of that failure. I didn't take that time, that gap year, to really do anything spectacular. I didn't do anything that would help me, you know, as a person grow. A lot of people take gap years to go travel. I was not in a financial position, nor am I now in a financial position to have done anything other than sit in my room every day in, day out, barely sleeping, barely eating, living solely in that space, because I did not have the mental capacity to be someone, like a whole person. And it sucked. It sucked for a very long time, because I wasn't willing to give up the headspace I was in, which was living in the shadow of that failure. It wasn't until, I think, a year later, the summer after, that I was like, I need to get on with my life. Like, I was tired of feeling like shit, and I was tired of being sad, and I was tired of feeling less than, and feeling like my art was, like, I don't know, it just felt like there was a hole in me, and that for some reason art wasn't filling it, and that didn't make any sense, because art was my whole world. And, you know, as an artist, it's very common to feel like when your art isn't up to your taste, when your art isn't performing, you feel as if there is no point to you as a person. It's very easy to feel that when your art is lacking, you are lacking. There's all sorts of ways to interpret and talk about that, but essentially, you know, I was barely drawing, among other things, barely living, and I didn't know how to recover from that. But at some point, I did eventually, the summer after, apply to a bunch of other places. I eventually did get into a college, right? I got into Savannah College of Art and Design. And just leaving my room to go to school and be around other people completely refocused my life. Not in the way that the school itself did that for me, but more so that for once I actually decided for myself that I couldn't live a life designated or determined by past events. And I didn't want to be that kind of person anymore. So how I deal with heartbreak like that, how I now tackle really intense moments in my life, is I try to look at it from an objective lens. I try to see and dissect the situation when I feel like I'm in a position to do so, when I feel like I have the tools and the emotional capacity to do so. And sometimes that just takes a little bit of time, right? Sometimes that just takes me stepping out of that situation, taking a little bit of time to really, like, allow the emotions to wash over me, you know, like, cried it out. I would let myself wallow a little bit for a day or two, and then I try to sit down in a moment where I'm calm, in a moment where I am not so overtaken by all those things and all those thoughts, and try to seriously think about, like, what is currently happening to me in the situation, in whatever event that has happened, or whatever thing I'm currently tackling with my art. And I try to seriously come to grips with what are objective truths, right? And that's something that you kind of have to learn. Like, what are the objective truths of art? Very difficult to describe for anyone but yourself. Very difficult to determine what those things are. But, you know, it's easy to say, like, my art sucks and I don't belong here and I should just stop trying, and, you know, like, if I can't be good at art, like, or if I can't do this thing, like, what's the point, you know? Like, those are not logical thoughts. At least in my perspective. Those are insecurities being amplified. And those are my insecurities that I'll have them for the rest of my life, but they shouldn't have any impact on the decisions I make in my life, right? I'm not going to get rid of these demons. They're going to stay with me. But freeloaders don't get any power to decide anything or make any of my choices. So, at least for me, right? Post that one major heartbreak in my life, and I've had many, but I don't think any in regards to my art as dramatic as that was. Since then, I think my perspective has always been, you know, take the moment to really experience the emotion, but also realize that, like, ultimately, after you've gone through the whole cycle of, like, feeling this way, of feeling frustrated or regretful or angry, and, you know, this like feeling of self-loathing and all that kind of stuff, you're only really left with the same ending, the same resulting I guess, like, event. You have to move on. It's just the basic truth. Things don't wait for you. World doesn't wait for you. And I like to think of it from an existential perspective just because it puts my life in perspective. Your life is ultimately something that just keeps going. And so when things like that happen to me nowadays, I allow myself to feel all these emotions, right? I don't try to, like, divorce myself from what's happened. I don't try to avoid it. But I give myself the time to develop kind of a protective layer. I give myself time to be removed from that event. And then I start to try and figure out, like, what are things I could have learned from that? What are things I could have done that I can do tomorrow or the day after? And then I allow myself to move forward to tomorrow. I let myself move forward to the day after. Because I spent a year living in the past. And it was a very big moment in my life. It was also the year that my life completely stopped. And, well, I haven't thought about this year in a really long time. Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty bad. But, you know, it's been years since then, and it still hurts, right? I still think about it sometimes, about what could have been. How different is my life? Or how different is my life today than it would have been had that event gone differently? But, you know, I wouldn't change it. I try not to regret things nowadays. Because I don't regret it anymore. At least I don't think so. Because I like to think that I like who I am today because that happened. I think I only really know who I am today. The person that went through that and came out the other side. And I want to love the version of me that's gone through that. I don't want to always be looking at the version of me that maybe didn't have to deal with it. Someone asked me, like, you know, who do you think you would have been if this didn't happen or that was different? And it's like, I don't know who she is. I don't know who the version of me is that didn't go through all these things. My childhood was different, where that didn't happen to me. And there's no point in dreaming of a person that I don't know. I know who I am. I've been through all this stuff. I know who I am post-heartbreak. And I want to love that person. And I want to support her and her future. I want to love my future. And I can only do that if I don't spend my present day focused on a different past, if that makes any sense. But that's me years after, right? That's not me the day of, the day after, the week after, the month after my heartbreak event. And you get a lot of mini heartbreaks, I think, as an artist. Every day is a mini heartbreak. You don't make a nice drawing that day, and it's not a good day. You struggle for a couple weeks to learn something you've been trying to learn for a while, and it's not a good day. Not a good week, not a good month, not a good year. But I don't know. There's never really a solution. You merely learn the oncoming waves. You know how you're gonna feel. You learn how you're gonna feel. You learn the signs, and you let it wash over you, and then you just keep going, right? I was talking to a friend of mine, and he's been a teacher for a lot of his life, so he's very familiar with like students struggling with a lot of stuff. He's very familiar with students who are always constantly feeling a variety of emotions, and he knows like all the different ways that their stories can manifest. And he and I were talking about how, once you've been an artist for a really long time, a lot of these ups and downs, these like dramatic emotional valleys and hills and mountains where you feel really good about something, and then for like a year you feel just super shit about your art. Like, that thing keeps going. Happens every time, all day. Every day of your life, it's gonna be there in some capacity. And at a certain point, you just kind of learn to live with it. You learn how little it impacts your day-to-day, really. Like, yes, you feel this way. You feel like, oh, I could have done that better, or I'm really embarrassed that I let that piece out there, or whatever. But it's almost kind of like I'm too busy to feel sad. I've got too much stuff going on to like wallow in self-pity again. I'm too busy doing shit, learning things, getting better, like analyzing and being objective about my own art and my career and getting on with my career to feel sad about things that I've been feeling sad about for so long. People ask me, like, does it ever stop? Like, do you ever stop feeling bad about your work? No. But at the same time, I don't care as much about it anymore. Like, I don't care if I feel bad about my work. I still gotta make it. I still gotta get better. I still gotta work on it and look forward to things that I have yet to conquer, things that I have yet to master. So yes, I do still feel terrible about my art. I still have moments where it feels like world-shattering, the super lows. But I think in the back of my mind, I also know that regardless of how I feel,
I've still got so much more of my life left to live. And ultimately, one day out of my life where, you know, I'm feeling this way is a single day spent. And I've got a lot more that I want to do. A lot more that I have left to learn and try. So, just know that, like, as you're feeling all these things, eventually it'll feel a little less heavy. Someday you'll be able to look back on it and maybe it doesn't hurt at all. But you can let yourself feel whatever you need to feel today so that tomorrow or the day after or the week after, you can keep moving, because that's ultimately where it all comes back to. Any bad feeling ultimately just ends up being one big loop around of, you know, this thing is not working out and I'm really frustrated that it isn't, and it's affecting my ability to, like, live my life, that this thing is taking over my life, this event that I am struggling with, and it gets to a point where it reaches a fever pitch and it's like the worst thing. You can't stop thinking about it and you're at your lowest that you could possibly be, and then you get to the point where you're, like, in the danger zone of like real terrible thoughts, and you come back around the next day. You know, it's like sleeping, it's like taking a nap. Ultimately, the only thing you can do is learn how to move on. But it's okay to be sad. I support feeling and really living through that emotion so that you can get to the other side. I think you need to be able to understand an emotion fully in order to understand it, dissect it. It's good. It's good to work through that kind of stuff. It gives you the data you need to get through it. I feel like art school is brutal. Art school can be brutal. I think for some people it's worse than others. Some people have had awful, life-changing, beautiful, and terrible moments. And for some people, art school is just boring. I feel very fortunate that my art school experience was ultimately pretty alright. Had some pretty serious ups and downs, but it's nothing I can't move on from, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I hope it's helpful, because I don't know. I usually am just talking. I'm just, like, talking. I'm like, at some point someone's gonna take something away from this. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's any point to not talking about it, and I don't really mind sharing, like, personal things. It happens to everyone. So I don't really know of any artists that, like, are staunchly like, I don't feel bad ever. But if there are, it's stupid and they're wrong. Just so you know. Any artist who's like, I've never doubted my art, I've never felt this way, just, like, stop taking it so seriously. It's like, just shut up. Like everyone feels this way at some point. You just learn how to deal with it. Learn how to evolve and mature with your own emotions.
Thankfully, I haven't met anyone who's like that, but if there are, they're talking out of their ass. Like, I talk out of my ass whenever people are like, they ask me a question, I'm like, oh shit, now I gotta come up with something. But they truly are, making stuff up, because everyone feels this way. There's a difference between, I think, confidence and ego. There's some people that I think their whole personality is derived from this like unerring belief in themselves, which like is half confidence and half just like a lack of self-awareness. I feel like people who are truly confident are naturally have a lot of humility bundled with that. There's nothing crazy about being confident. I think this brand of confidence that some artists sell is very strange. Because I don't think anything good comes from not validating certain things about the artist's journey or the artist, like, kind of, like, day-to-day, which is the fact that what we do is incredibly personal. And maybe some people deal with it better than others, but, like, at least for me, and I think a lot of people grew up very similar to me, like, you're not ever equipped to, deal with this emotionally. Like, no one who, like, gets into art is like, I want to draw my favorite, like, anime character, and also I have to deal with I have to, like, accept in the terms and conditions of becoming an artist that I will get crippling anxiety and experienced some form of momentary depression perhaps throughout my life now that I have taken on this new hobby. It's like, it just is, you know, a part of what it means to try to improve something as intangible as art. Yeah, I don't know. I think at one point in my life, I really wanted to be that kind of, like, you know, just don't feel the bad things. Like, at one point, I really wanted to be that kind of person where I'm like, yeah, just, like, stop being sad, you know? Unfortunately, not Vegeta. Maybe we'll see if we can draw this guy. I don't think it does anything for anyone, especially educators in art, to not validate this far more like abstract and intangible aspect of art, which is the emotional and mental journey of it, right? Like, I think art does have, or is physically affected by your growth as a human being. And emotional maturity is a very important thing, I think, for an artist. Or at least emotional sensitivity. I think understanding yourself, understanding your grasp on your health and your just even state of being is a part of the kind of the development of someone's skill. I think it has a lot to do with it. And I see no benefit when there are like professional artists who just don't validate that is an aspect to this journey, because then what does that leave students, right? Well, where does that leave the people that they teach? Those students feel as if they're weird. They feel as if they're doing something wrong and that's why they're feeling this way. They feel as if them feeling this way is indicative of an inherent failure, that it's their fault, their lack of skill or lack of potential that is causing them to feel this kind of difficult to describe insecurity or frustration, and it impacts their daily life, and they're like, what's wrong with me? Maybe I'm not meant to do art if this is how it feels. Not knowing that that's just how it is sometimes. Obviously, again, some people feel it more deeply than others, but I don't know. I don't think it's that difficult of a topic to bridge. It's difficult to have in a straightforward way, because I think it really does depend on who's there, but I feel like there's a lot of value for artists of all types, right? Of all different audiences and all different styles to talk about it. I feel like this one's gonna be really, really difficult. No, it's okay. I've started it. I might as well finish it. I will get up and stretch. Oh. Wait, actually, I'll be right back. Miss Peach, gonna give you a smooch. You're so cute. You're so cute, Miss Peach. Okay, I'm back. Oh my god, Tojo, I didn't tell you, you know how in the, Aglia? I don't know how to say it, but you know in the raids, at the very end, when you're fighting Nodal, he picks random players per, like, alliance to, have them be, like, the big, boss thing, a mini boss that you have to fight, or, like, ad that you have to fight. He picked me last time. I was so excited. I was so happy. I didn't get, like, a picture because I was too busy dodging AoEs, but I was like, oh, it's me! I was so happy. Because I really like my character, so I was so happy that she was made into a big boy. Even though I did have to kill her in the end, but it was so exciting. I've done that raid so many times, but that was the first time it ever picked me for the ad visage. So that was fun. Oh my gosh. And I've been doing a lot of my crafters too. I just discovered collectibles and scripts. Like, I unlocked it, but I never did it because I didn't really understand the system. But I finally started doing it. Oh my god. Leveling my crafter is gonna be so easy. I can't believe. Yeah, I'm doing my gatherers first. So I did a bunch of, like, botany stuff, but oh my god.
It's very exciting. Yeah, I'm really excited to actually get to my crafters. I want to experience what it's like to be max level crafter and not have any barrier to what you can make. Like actually being able to make crafted gear. Oh. No, I didn't even try. Like base price for a lot of those were like 3 million. I don't have 3 million gil. Are you kidding me? One day, I was like, I gotta stop being sad about my It's interesting. Like, sometimes you sort of just don't know how to deal with something emotionally until one day you just sort of are in a good space to find a solution, which often is not really all that surprising. Like, the solutions to a lot of things, I feel like, are never that different from what people recommend or what people tell you, but you kind of have to yourself be ready to accept that solution or that decision. You know, I think a lot of people want there to be like a magical thing that they just haven't, like, they don't know about, right? It's always easier to accept that you maybe just didn't know the solution when most oftentimes you know what to do. In fact, you know what you want to do. But it's just a lot more difficult to accept that maybe you already had all the tools, but you just weren't emotionally ready to accept what that meant for you, which is fine, right? Like, you can take all the time you need, but at some point I do think some people just realize, like, I just don't want to be like this. I don't want to live like this anymore. Ooh, very cool. It's always fun to draw characters in a moment of, like, I don't know, it's always cool to have characters which are very different from you emotionally as a person. I always really enjoy, I'm getting confused about his armor. I always really enjoy playing around with that. Yeah, I think it's really fun to think about my 14 character in the context of like the canon. It's been an interesting thought experiment for me. It's like not totally dedicating to like the role play aspect of it, but like also kind of thinking outside of like the aspects of the game. It's fun. I enjoy it. like, and a thing I've been thinking about for a long time is 14 lets you Fantasia your character whenever you want, really. I mean, you need the Fantasia item, which is not necessarily available for free, but like you can just Fantasia and it's whatever, right? But like I was thinking about it in the context of like everyone in this world has to basically have their minds rewritten, overwritten to accommodate for the fact that you look totally different, but you are the same person. And I was like, that's such a sinister thought. Like, what is this Fantasia thing? And what are the impacts of having such a just like reality bending thing? That your character can just look like a different person, and for the rest of their lives, for past, present, and future, other NPCs just accept it. Like, I was thinking about how when I Fantasia'd into my girl that I have now, as opposed to like my Dragoon that I had before with like the cat boy with the red hair and stuff, it's like walking into, for them, is like walking into a meeting and they see my red-haired cat boy that they've seen for like the 2 years that I'd played prior, and they're like, oh yeah, sure, whatever, you know, same person, right? Next meeting, I walk in, I'm this pink-haired aura, and they're like, they just have to accept it. And like in my brain, it plays out like a really sinister scene of being forcibly, like they're forced to completely forget aspects of their life to accommodate for the Warrior of Light's like desire to look like another person. And it's a cool idea, just because like I also really enjoy isekai genres, and I'm always trying to figure out like they operate isekais from very, very basic game mechanics, you know, very classic, like, oh, it's an MMO, you have an inventory and skills that you can level up, you know. Very rarely do a lot of them have deeper mechanics than that, but like, you know, what would be the sort of like I guess the not necessarily the isekai version of it, but more so like if you were to take a game that had much more unique mechanics and made that into and saw it from the perspective of like characters living in it like an isekai would, like what would that be like? You know, what is it like to be isekai'd into an FPS game, right? Like, what's it like to be stuck in a world where combat is the only way to live, right? What's it like to, you know, be put in like a platforming world? And even within the context of like an MMO, you know, what are systems that remain? What are systems that you kind of like literally isekai away? You know, like in a lot of them they have like, oh well, you no longer have like skill buttons that you have to press, but you do have an inventory still. Like that's a game thing, not a world thing. Or like NPCs, or like the sentience of NPC and AI and stuff like that. It's why I really liked Log Horizon, which is unfortunate because Log Horizon is a terrible IP, because it actually bothers to contemplate that kind of stuff. But isekai, but not isekai. Log Horizon is a terrible time. It makes me actively angry whenever I think about it. So yeah, God, yeah, the bat, I kind of wish that she didn't have to Fantasia. I wish I never had to, like, see what she Fantasia'd into. Minecraft? I mean, I could see Minecraft just kind of being a life sim in a way. It's just your access to things. I mean, like, how would you make sense of the crafting, like, log, you know? Like, where you could just look up recipes and stuff. Otherwise, I feel like it'd be pretty alright. Ruthless, from the looks of some of those, like, anarchy servers, but I don't know. I feel like mass destruction and property damage are not fully accounted for in Minecraft's lore. Also, just the kind of, like, expected colonialism? Like, I don't know. I feel like very rarely do you not, do you not at some point, like, take over a village settlement? It wasn't, like, designed into the game, but I think it's very much part of the culture of the game, where a lot of people find villagers to be, like, a pretty essential loop of playing, and getting, like, materials and stuff. So I'm just gonna see if I can copy paste this over, because I don't want to do this again. I know, I'm not saying that, like, we did. No. I was, like, literally, I was gonna say, like, we went in. Like, we did, like, the whole, like, cow leather farm where we, like, literally spawned them into an existence, a space which is too small to contain them, and so they died instantly from suffocation. And that's how we got leather, was just we had, like, a little pot underneath that, like, hellhole that we spawned them in. And they would be born literally to die. We did not we did not farm the iron golems. The iron golems decided to take root in our house. On our settlement, okay?
Or like literally poisoning someone, literally poisoning a villager to turn them into a zombie and then save them so that they will have discounted prices on their products. Like, you're literally not only a colonizer, but like a terrorizer. Death incarnate in all its forms. And then I was like, I'm gonna build them a nice, cute little yellow house. Isn't that nice? Here, I built a button where we can literally hit the button to feed them basic bread. I think in order for it to be a compelling story, you probably would want there to be a world outside of those types of games. It could just be like the hub for it, you know? Like, I'm thinking maybe something close to like Lost Ark has you like running around in the overworld, but then like the dungeons and stuff are, I mean, I guess it's like any MMO, right? You just go into an instance with people, but this is one of the brushes that I give my my Twitch subs, and also originally a brush that you could purchase, but have not yet put them back up. But it is, yeah, it is a pencil brush that I adapted from a brush I had downloaded a very long time ago. And it's a very nice brush. I enjoy it. Hey Jordan, welcome to the stream. I would be very upset to find myself in one of the nonary game, in any of the nonary games, actually. I'd be very upset. That sounds awful. That sounds terrible, especially for someone like me, dumb as hell. I've actually never really watched Dora, so I don't actually know what she gets up to. But it seems like she goes to some pretty crazy places.
You know what, actually, a world that I would hate to go to, and Gary could probably I feel like Gary would agree. Kirby worlds are any world that a Kirby game is in is wild. I don't think I could handle being isekai'd into any world that a Kirby game is set in, because those places are insane. They're dangerous. They're incredibly lethal. I don't understand how these characters are so happy. They live in a terrifying place that is fraught with danger and just violence. We started playing the Forgotten Road, Kirby. But Kirby, can you imagine being in the same world as a character that can, within a moment's notice, stretch his mouth open so wide that he can encompass a truck? Look, the implications are too much.
Right, that's all I'm saying.
Like, Kirby is a character that, like, he is nothing if not a mouth. He is merely a mouth, no digestive system, and yet he can destroy matter within himself in an instant. He doesn't need a digestive system. He just has a black hole. He just is the embodiment of, like, he will just disintegrate matter in his stomach. And you couldn't even try him in a court of law. There is no evidence. He leaves no evidence. That's scary. All I'm saying is, if there's ever a Nintendo game with Nintendo characters, and it's like a detective mystery game, a murder mystery maybe, if Kirby's the perpetrator, you're fucked. And I think anyone that can get away with murder should be watched. Kirby should be on thin ice for everyone. And I say this as someone who didn't want to play Waddle Dee because he wasn't pink. Like, I love being Kirby. I only play Kirby in, like, games like Smash. But he is terrifying. The implications that I've learned just from playing the new Kirby game has been immense. Yeah, it came out. It's really good. It's really well made. This guy's design is insane. I don't know how any of these armor pieces stay on. Do you think there would be cults formed for Kirby? I mean, wouldn't you? I feel like people, occasionally cults are made because you want to be protected from someone. I think people would worship him out of fear. Hey, Silver Soul. Welcome, welcome. Yes, this will be our last one, so you didn't completely miss it. And this is gonna take me a little bit, so still got some time.
It's been really good. Me and Gary really enjoyed playing that game. It's a big game. Like, they put a lot in there. We got to the last world, and when we started it, it was only like maybe like 70% of the game. No, when we finished the quote-unquote last world in terms of like the plot, it was only 74% of the game or something like that. Like, and that was like what, 5 worlds in? It's big. And I mean, granted, a lot of it is probably the gachapon aspect, which is like you can get little collectible toys, basically. So that's probably a big part of that percentage as well. But like, there's more to the game that we haven't done yet. So it's pretty crazy. And there's also stuff in the actual village that you can do too. So it's like, there's a lot in the game. You get. I feel like it's a really great game, both like how it's made and also like the amount of stuff you get with one purchase of the game. It's crazy. So I highly recommend it. It's my first Kirby game, and it has made me want to play the other ones, which I think is a very good sign. The games look very cozy. I'm not surprised. I feel like a lot of people have very fond memories of Kirby. Even though, as again, I iterate, Kirby is an evil mastermind in the making, and I will not bridge or broach any opposing argument to that. Yeah, they definitely seem very cozy. That's usually how it goes, right? The cuter something is, the more potential it has to be a truly fucked up concept. That's pretty cool. It's always cool when, like, someone is challenged to do a project in a completely different style than theirs. I think you come up with some pretty cool stuff.
Hey, Blastar.
Maybe these should be shorter. I don't know how his feet end.
I haven't had time to schedule another feedback session. Those have to be coordinated with Class 101, so it's kind of, yeah, I'm not sure. Because they have to be, like, present to moderate for it, so I haven't really had any time. This past year has been pretty wild for me. But perhaps sometime in the future. On your F and recall method of study, what do you mean by step 7 after some time away, repeat step 7 over? Yeah, so basically what that means is without looking at your study photo reference or anything like that, try to draw without using any of that stuff. Purely using what you remember about what you learned. This is more so to test your understanding, because, you know, there's a difference between knowing something and understanding it, right? There's a difference between remembering notes that you made or thoughts that you had during a study and actually seeing that make a difference in your work. That's sort of what that step is about. Because I think a lot of people, when they do studies, they don't really ask if what they learned anything from it. They usually do a study, they find something that they've learned maybe from having done the exercise, but they don't verify whether or not they've actually internalized it, whether or not they've actually implemented that change or that new thing they learned into their stuff, into their own work. And, you know, a couple months later, a couple weeks later, a year later, they don't even remember that thing that they learned, so they have to relearn it again later on. And my whole ref and recall method thing that I do, it's a lot of words to describe what is essentially just refreshing the things that you learn over and over again, so that you are trying to basically make the whole process of learning a little bit more efficient. You're trying to make sure that before you move on from a question, before you move on from a problem that you're having, you're making sure that not only do you know what it is that you need to change, know this new information, or learn this new information, or rehash old information, but you're also implementing it right then and there, learning how to implement it, learning how this new thing, how this new information changes the way that you draw, and getting all of that data now, and then constantly reinforcing it, right? Before you move on to learn any other thing, before you struggle with a new idea or a new concept, you are staying in the moment and you are really focusing in on that.
it's a lot of words to describe basically what that is. And step 7 is just a fancier way to say, now do it again, but without help. Do it again, but without reference. Do it again, but without someone telling you what to do. And see if you actually learned anything. See if you actually remembered it, if it made an impact on you. Because looking at someone's art and saying, like, oh, you know, they draw their noses different. Not noses. That's kind of a different thing. They draw their arms in a very specific way. You study how to draw that very specific arm. You learn where the bumps and all the sharp angles go, and you learn what angle to draw them at. Could you do that again, but without reference? Or, when you study someone's stuff, you sit down and you're like, what do these bumps mean? What are all these bumps for? You know, you start getting into muscles. You start learning, like, oh, they draw the brachioradialis this way, right? And that's kind of the only muscle that they pick out, maybe except for picking out the bone, right? That makes the wrist. I believe it's the end of the ulna that pops out for some people. Or is it the radius? No, I think the radius goes, I forget which one it is. You know, it's looking at how someone stylizes an arm and then understanding, like, okay, when they draw that, they're not necessarily drawing all these bumps for random reasons. They're stylizing the muscles of the arm, picking out the ones that they feel like makes the most impact, so that when you go to draw an arm, you don't only know how to draw it from one angle. You know how to draw it from multiple angles, because you know what the essential lesson to learn there is, which is when you're stylizing something, when you're stylizing anatomy, picking out the most important things about what would change the silhouette, the most important muscles of a limb, and using that, allowing that to enforce your design or enforce the stylistic direction of your art. Those are choices you have to make. And they rely on an understanding of anatomy. If you know anatomy and you know the rules that artist for whatever reason used, then you can go off and say, okay, well, for this character, I want them to have not really any, like, dramatic forearm muscles, but I want them to have some really big deltoids that really pop out, because I want that silhouette. That's a lesson that you can carry on through multiple things, not just, I know how to draw a forearm with all of these bumps. Because one artist that I looked at for this study did it. It's learning the rules and the lessons that piece of study material can give you, and reinforcing it separate from the art study material, separate from the act of studying, and implementing it into what you draw day to day anyway, right? I think it's really important that people spend time actually drawing what they want to draw and implementing what they learn from their studies into that. Because if your studies are two separate things from your if studying and drawing are two separate things for you, I think that division can easily lead to a bad habit, where you put all this energy into learning this thing, these new skills, but as soon as you go to drawing in your free time, you just forget all of those things. You just forget all of them and go back to your bad habits, right? Or just habits that you have, which is fine and all, you know, like, draw within your comfort zone when you're just drawing for yourself, versus when you're learning, you're challenging yourself to learn new things, and that's fine. But they could be very similar. They could be almost interchangeable. Not a lot of people do that, which is why step 7 exists. How did you use guidelines to draw the human figure? I think for me, I tended to think of figures like dolls with joints. So when I was learning, it was always really important for me to find, like, where objects are facing. It was really important for me to define what are the sides, the three-dimensionality of shapes. I'm always trying to be very cognizant of the rhythm and the way that shapes connect. I try to account for the internal rhythm when I'm drawing guidelines. And I try to build that first before I build out, like, structure. I think it's really important to get a sense for, like, the flow of a figure before you get too deep into drawing the figure from a technical perspective. And then from here I can take that and do whatever I want with it. Like, I can start building out the basic shapes of it. I can start refining all of these elements by breaking them down into much more simple and foundational shapes like cylinders, maybe slightly more complicated ones if I know what the muscles look like. This has to be a little farther out, actually. Trying to make sure that I understand mass and building up to more complex shapes, right? Like, I'm building up to muscles and stuff, but I'm starting with basic cylinders. And so that's kind of like how I draw guidelines, which is like pretty messy. It's not the most like clean guideline. I know some people like very specifically do like the figure doll thing that you sometimes see at like hobby stores to like sell this doll, which I remember because it's so terrible and it would always break because it's made of really cheap materials. But some people like draw this first before they draw anything else, and I don't really think this is very very helpful. But it's fundamentally what I do as well. Like, I think about joints. In a very similar way, but slightly more refined, because, you know, the waist being a ball is not really all that correct. And the waist looking like this isn't correct either, because your legs, your pelvis and your legs, like how they connect, is not from the bottom, it's from the sides, right? Because your legs look like that. They're coming out of, they socket into the pelvis. The ball socket. A ball joint socket. That's your great trochanter. So, you know, it's like, dolls like these are not super helpful because they're not accurate about how limbs move. And
I would recommend not doing all this stuff. It's not super helpful, but it's a basic way to approach it, right? Once you can move on from that, you can start developing a much more organic way to drawing the body, which is learning about rhythm and how weight and momentum and angles like will affect the kind of dimensionality of like the figure, right? So like what happens when someone's leaning back and drawing things in perspective and all that kind of stuff. But I think using guidelines, it's gonna really depend on how it makes sense in your head, which is why I recommend going out and looking at how other people start off sketches, learn how other people draw their guidelines, because I think it's a very personal thing. Someone's approach to drawing in the very beginning should be very much catered to how you think and how you see form and three-dimensionality. What is this? That is a crazy image. Yeah, I think studies in your personal art shouldn't really be all that different. I mean, I don't personally do studies, but if I do, I try to make it like something I like to draw, but then it is also doubling as a study. And it makes it more enjoyable for me. Because otherwise, I don't really like doing studies. It makes me sad. Okay. Well, I finished with my the commissions I'm going to do today. And I'll probably end it here because it is getting a little late for me. But thank you everyone for coming and sticking around. I really appreciate all of you guys coming out again to talk with me. I think next Friday should be good. I don't know, randomly during the week I'll get like a ton of work and then I'm like, oh crap, I gotta do this all this stuff before the end of the week. So that's kind of why last week got canceled, but hoping that this coming Friday will not suffer the same thing. So thank you all for coming. Thank you for sticking around. I hope all of your guys' weeks are good to you. I hope you have either like some good days. I hope you have some peaceful days. And I hope you guys stay safe, stay happy, stay healthy. I love you all very, very much. And yeah, I'll see you all next time.